The hour of 11 a.m. having arrived, the House will come to order. Members, please take your seats. Sergeants at arms, please close the doors of the House. Prayer today will be offered by our colleague, Representative Davidson. Immediately after prayer, we will recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Members and guests, please rise as able.
Thank you. Creator, thank you for the blessings of creation, for the gift of service to others, and for the passion we share for the betterment of our communities. Grant us love, joy, and peace as we go about the work of the people today. Help us to share patience, kindness, and goodness with those around us, and give us the gentleness and self-control to be faithful to the constituents of this great Commonwealth. Amen. I pledge allegiance to
Sergeant at Arms will open the doors of the House. Members and guests, please take your seats. Without objection, the approval of the journal from Monday, December the 15th, 2025 will be postponed until printed. The House will come to order. This morning, our colleague that serves Juniata and Perry counties, Representative Stan Ball, has a guest page joining us. We are excited to welcome both Rosalind Stokes and Cameron Stokes. They are the granddaughters of a former colleague here in the House, Barbara Stokes. They both attend West Perry High School, and they are both on the wrestling team. Welcome to the floor of the House. Our colleague that serves Bucks County, Representative Brennan, has a guest page here today. We're excited to welcome Iona McDonald, a senior at the New Hope Soulberry High School, who looks forward to the speech and debate team, and her mom, Joan, is also here in the back of the house. Welcome. So glad to have you. To the left of the speaker's rostrum, it's the chair's honor to have some very special guests for a ceremony that will begin shortly after we introduce all of our guests. Today, we will be having the Speaker's Meritorious Service Award Medal Ceremony, and our honorees this morning are Officer Matthew O'Donnell. You can stand when I say your name. Corporal Joseph O'Donnell. We are joined by the police chief in Darby Borough, where I serve, Chief Gabe. We're joined by the Darby Borough Council President, Lucille Pratt. We're joined by Darby Borough Council Member, Jennifer Parks. We are joined by Yeadon Mayor, Rohan Hefkins. We are joined by the Yeadon Council President, Tony Trueheart. We are joined by the Yeadon Police Chief, Chief Giamarco. We're also joined by Yeadon Police Lieutenant Sean Burns, his wife Megan, and their son. We also have the Darby Police Lieutenant Joseph O'Donnell Jr. and the O'Donnell family and friends. Let's welcome these guests, and we will honor you very soon. In the back of the house, it's the chair's honor to welcome back for the second time members of the Brother to Brother program, along with their executive director, my neighbor in Southwest Philly, Brother Greg Thompson, who is also a leader in the Democratic Ward Leader for 40B. The Brother to Brother program operates under Haven of Hope and Opportunity. It's a prevention, intervention and mentoring initiative for young men age 8 to 18, and parents are involved along with many of the women who support this organization. They look forward to meeting with some of our colleagues at 12:15, brother to brother, and the women and fathers who've come up to support them. Please stand. We're so glad to welcome you to the floor of the House. Our colleague that serves Philadelphia County, Representative Burgos, has a special guest in the back of the House this morning. We are thrilled to welcome the family, Deborah, Hayden, and Tremaine Colbert. They are here to honor Hayden Colbert for saving his entire family from a fire. He woke up in the middle of the night to a smoke-filled room and immediately screamed, "Alert his parents," and other family members. He grabbed the fire extinguisher and used it to keep the family wall and house safe, and he also doused the house with water and used a hose from the outside. His quick thinking saved a family of 5 and of 4. Hayden is truly a hero, and those of us who live in row homes know that when you save a fire in one home, you literally save the block. Hayden, please stand again. I was still talking. Thank you for being here. Our colleague that serves Luzerne County, Representative Rinckavich, has members and advisors from the Daniel Flood Elementary Student Council. They are here in the Capitol today to learn about the legislative process. All these guests and the Student Council, welcome. These will be your seats one day. Take a look. Welcome to the floor of the House. Our colleague that serves Cumberland County, Representative Gleim, has the United States Army War College International Fellow Spouses Group here. We are having them from several countries around the world, including Lithuania, Estonia, Chile, Ecuador, Canada, Norway, Brazil, India, Lebanon, Saudi Arabia, Bosnia, Belize, the Philippines, Netherlands, Argentina, and Kuwait. We are so honored to have you all here. Thank you for being on the floor of the House. Our colleague that serves Adam and Cumberland counties, Representative Ecker, has our former colleague here on the floor of the House. In the back of the House, we welcome Representative Cabell. It's good to see you. We are glad you are here to celebrate the retirement of Representative Ecker. We also have the family of Representative Ecker, his lovely wife, Laura, his children, Addie and Oliver, his team members, Branwyn, Greg, Joni, and in the gallery, his former staff member, Derek Snyder. Welcome and congratulations to his honor, Judge-elect Representative Ecker. In the back of the House, our colleague that serves Blair County, speaking of Judge-elect, Representative Schmidt has some important guests here from Blair County. We have his wife, Helen, along with their daughter, Heather, and their grandchildren, Theodore and Sebastian. They are here for the first time, and they are celebrating his retirement from the House of Representatives. And of course, he will continue his public service on the Court of Common Pleas in Blair County. Congratulations, Representative Schmidt. Representative Walsh, that serves Luzerne County, has members of his family here today in the back of the House. His nephew, Mark, is here. Mark, where are you? Please stand. Welcome to the floor of the House. Enjoy the visit. Representative Smith Wade L., who serves Lancaster County, has some guests here today. In the back of the House, we're glad to welcome Thomas McCoy, along with his entire family, Jared, Carol, and Thomas, Susan, Mia, and Naomi. Thomas is a junior at McCaskey High School, where he recently led a student walkout protesting the government's late budget work and school funding. Thomas looks forward to going to college and studying sociology. Thank you for fighting all the way in the classroom. We're so glad to have you here today. Representative Smith-Wade L. also has another group of guests here in the back of the House. We have the recent recipients of the Association of Pennsylvania State College and University Faculties. Dr. Kelly Bana was the recipient of the Outstanding Chapter Leadership Award. Dr. Bana is an associate professor at Millersville Psychology Department, where she teaches classes in statistics, neuroscience, and behavioral analysis. She's the former president of the APSCOF chapter at Millersville. We also have Tatiana Paskova Balkanal, who recently received the Innovative Teaching Award. This professor is an undergraduate research and instruction librarian, and she co-edits the community-based journal, Engage for Change, the student conference proceedings, and she co-directs the internship program that produces them. We are so glad to recognize you. Thank you for your work at Millersville. Welcome. In the gallery, our colleague that serves Montgomery County, Representative Shoren, has the Potts Grove High School Marching Band. They recently won the 2025 American Open Class State Championship and the Cavalcade at the Band's Championship Award. That is a competition between schools in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware. Generally, 100 school districts compete, and we are so grateful to have Potts Grove Marching Band here. Potts Grove, please stand. Congratulations on all your honors. Our colleague that serves Schuylkill County, Representative Watro, has students from the Hazelton area high school chorus here. They are here for tours and look forward to learning about the legislative process. Hopefully Hazelton will be singing somewhere today too. Hazelton chorus, wherever you are, welcome to the floor of the House. Glad to have you. The House will come to order. Members, please take your seats. The chair is about to recognize heroic law enforcement officers from my legislative district who are receiving the Speaker's 2025 Meritorious Service Award Medal. This award was established last year to honor individuals who have made exemplary contributions to the prosperity, values, and security of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and have made significant societal, public, and private endeavors. Everyone in this chamber knows that police officers are on the front lines in our communities, showing up each and every day to keep all of our neighbors safe, to enforce laws, and of course, to save lives. The bravery, the valor, the empathy that they show is, in fact, consistently remarkable. I know I speak for all members of this august body when I say that their service is appreciated and valued by all of us here. There are 2 officers from Delaware County that have shown what service to our community looks like in a very real and impactful way. They've answered the call that a select few will ever hear, and they've done so admirably, humbly, and might I add, keeping with the family tradition. Officer Matthew O'Donnell serves Yeadon, and his brother, Corporal Joseph O'Donnell, serves Darby Borough. They are the living embodiments of sacrifice, honor, and service. They come from a family that's consistently served the community time and time again. On January 21st, 2024, these brothers in arms literally responded to an emergency call of a choking baby who was not breathing. I think many times we lose sight that police officers are often the first on the scene for all types of emergencies, including medical ones. On that January day last year, these brothers were met at the door by a visibly upset and distraught mother who was holding her lifeless baby in her arms. CPR was done first, along with their first aid training that they received, and they were able to administer life-saving measures to the young child, effectively dislodging the object from the child's throat and clearing the airway. While watching the body cam footage of this event, I was in awe of the calmness and composure of both Matthew and Joseph as they were able to quickly think, and all of their prior training kicked in to save one of my youngest constituents' life. On behalf of our entire chamber, the Pennsylvania House of Representatives, the chair is pleased to present each officer with a House citation that the clerk will now read.
Whereas the House of Representatives of Pennsylvania takes great pleasure in recognizing those citizens who selflessly devote their lives to ensuring the safety of the residents of their communities and ultimately of all the people of this great Commonwealth, and whereas Corporal Joseph O'Donnell III and Patrol Officer Matthew O'Donnell are being honored with the Speaker's Meritorious Service Medal by the Office of the Speaker of the House of Representatives during an event which will be held on December 16, 2025, and whereas the Speaker's Meritorious Service Medal is awarded at the discretion of the Speaker of the House of Representatives to individuals who have made exemplary contributions to the prosperity, values, and security of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, as well as for other significant societal, public, and private endeavors. Corporal Joseph O'Donnell, a member of the Darby Borough Police Department for more than 10 years, and his brother, Patrol Officer Matthew O'Donnell, a member of the Yeadon Borough Police Department for 7 years, responded to a report of a 1-year-old child who was choking on January 21, 2024. When they arrived on the scene, they began back blows and chest thrusts, which dislodged the item and saved the child's life. Corporal Joseph O'Donnell and Patrol Officer Matthew O'Donnell are true heroes, and their quick and unflinching response to that life-threatening situation reflects most highly on them and will long be remembered and appreciated. Now, therefore, the House of Representatives of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania congratulates Corporal Joseph O'Donnell III and Patrol Officer Matthew O'Donnell on this well-deserved recognition, proudly notes their exemplary record of service and contributions in keeping with the highest ideals of this Commonwealth, offers best wishes for the continuation of their many worthwhile and beneficial endeavors, and directs that a copy of this citation, sponsored by the Honorable Joanna E. McClinton on December 16, 2025, be transmitted to Corporal Joseph O'Donnell III and Patrol Officer Matthew O'Donnell.
Lord only knows what would have happened if those officers were not there that day. Thankfully, we don't have to think about it because they were there, they stayed calm, and they saved a baby's life. Corporal O'Donnell has been with Darby Borough's Police Department since 2015 when he finished the Delaware County Community College Municipal Police Academy. Starting out as a part-time officer, he was promoted to full-time in 2020 and to corporal in 2023. Corporal O'Donnell holds the position of the Field Training Officer in the department and is also a member of the Delaware County Region 1 Emergency Response Team. His brother, Officer Matthew O'Donnell, has been serving our neighbors in Yeadon Borough for 7 years. He, too, started out part-time and in 2020 was promoted to full-time. He was voted Officer of the Year in 2023 by his fellow officers in Yeadon Borough, and like his brother, he is also a member of the Delaware County Region 1 Emergency Response Team. The chair would like to note that both Matthew and Joseph's brother, Justin, who's here today, is also a police officer in Yeadon Borough, and their father, Joseph O'Donnell Jr., is lieutenant for Darby Borough Police. What an impressive family. Both Officer Matthew O'Donnell and Corporal Joseph O'Donnell have traveled from Delco to come to Harrisburg to be with us today and are seated to the left of the speaker's rostrum. Will you stand at this time and be recognized? thank you for all that you do every day on behalf of our neighbors in Delaware County and, of course, in this Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. It's very clear that both of these officers are well-regarded, highly esteemed members of their respective police departments and the communities. They're known for their dedication to the people that they serve and always willing to go above and beyond for anyone who needs assistance, whether it's police-related or not. We have a large delegation that's traveled here from Delaware County to acknowledge all of their hard work, to show their support and their appreciation, and we are so grateful that they are all here. We have the mayor of Yeadon Borough, Rohan Hepkins, the police chief in Darby Borough, Chief Gabe, the police chief in Yeadon Borough, Chief Gianmarco, the Yeadon Police Lieutenant, Sean Burns, and his wife, Lauren, former police officer and registered nurse now. We have their son, Jimmy. We have the president of the Darby Borough Council, Lucille Pratt. We have the president of the Yeadon Borough Council, Tony Trueheart. We have the Darby Borough Council member, Jennifer Parks, and we have family members of Matthew and Joseph here, and I'd like to just say a brief word about these officers. I can't imagine all of the work that you do every day, but I'm certain that your families have to sacrifice greatly because of the work you do in and out of your uniform. And when we think about one family having 4 active duty O'Donnell officers serving our community, we know that all these family members that are here are a part of that service too. And I'm looking at you, Mom, and we want to give all you service member, family members, a big round of applause as well. Behind these 2 remarkable men, there is in fact a loving and devoted and supportive family. And thank you from the bottom of my heart for helping us to support and encourage these 2 officers as they continue to serve our community. We thank you for your quiet courage, the love you give, the stability and support you provide. We are so grateful to have you all here. And at this time, if both Matthew and Joseph would join me at the rostrum so I can present the Speaker's Meritorious Service Award Medal and your citations. The House will be at ease. Thank you, colleagues. That concludes our program. Moving from one celebration to another, the House now moves to celebrate the careers of 2 of our retiring colleagues. We are looking forward to hearing from our colleague that serves Cumberland and Adams County. Representative Torrin Ecker has served with us here in the chamber for 8 years. Even before he was elected, he was always driven by public service and a concern for his neighbors. Early on, Representative Ecker demonstrated a willingness to work hard, starting as a volunteer with the Jefferson Volunteer Fire Company, before becoming a first-generation college student and developing his policy acumen at George Mason University and an intern on Capitol Hill. In addition to being a member of our esteemed body, he practiced law in Adams, York, and Cumberland counties, representing families, veterans, seniors, nonprofits, and small businesses. Over the past several sessions, Representative Ecker has helped to get several bills to the governor's desk, including bills to streamline the process for children and teenagers receiving their work permits, to expand training opportunities for junior firefighters, and most recently, to direct the estates of Pennsylvanians who pass away without a will or surviving family to go to charities in the person's home county. He is, in fact, the deputy chairman on fiscal policy for the House Republican Policy Committee, and he's also a deputy whip. As was stated earlier, he's joined today by his family in the rear of the House, his wife Laura, their 2 children, Addie and Oliver. Representative Ecker, what are we going to do without you here? While you'll be missed, we congratulate you and wish you the absolute best in your new role as judge in the Court of Common Pleas in the 51st Judicial District. Representative Ecker, please join us here at the rostrum for remarks and to receive a commemorative gavel from the chair.
Well, good morning, everybody. Madam Speaker, and my colleagues of this august body, thank you for traveling a great distance to be here with us today. When I first walked onto the House floor, much like all of us, I was struck by the weight of the history that surrounds us and the responsibility entrusted to each of us. This chamber has been a long proving ground for ideas, leadership, service, and it has been a profound honor to serve in this institution so deeply rooted in Pennsylvania's history. As I stand here for one of my last times as a member of this chamber, that sense of responsibility is still very much with me, and I am forever grateful. When I started this journey 9 years ago, I had not yet learned the weight of this opportunity. I still remember sitting with my good friend Kate Klunk and Senator Alloway talking about running with no idea what lay ahead. Winning my first election by 1 vote, going through recounts before they were cool, by the way, was stressful and exhilarating. Even earned me the nickname Landslide from my good friend Speaker Turzai. But it taught me the gravity of how important it is to serve all the people of my district and work on issues that benefit all of them. Each person has a story to tell, and I made sure to listen to all of them that wanted to share it with me. I have tried to approach this job with kindness, thoughtfulness, and determination. I never lost sight that I was sent here by the people of Adams and Cumberland counties to be their voice, to listen, and to carefully understand when it was necessary to work across differences in pursuit of a common good. I'm proud of the work we have done together, not because we always agreed here, but because we respected this institution enough to show up, debate vigorously, and fight for our districts while never forgetting our duty was to the Commonwealth and its citizens. To the Capitol staff that I've had the ability to work with, there are no words sufficient to capture your dedication. I've had the opportunity to work with some of the brightest people in this Commonwealth. Collaborating with the research and communications teams has been one of the most rewarding experiences of this job. A true career highlight and intellectual opportunity. You folks have taught me so much, and if you need proof, go check out one of my first budget videos on YouTube with my buddies John Hershey and Andrew Lewis. Off the cuff. Absolute gold. I was blessed to work with so many professionals in this building. The absolute best appropriations team, the judiciary guys, the Peasers crew, policy friends, leadership staff, friendly secretaries, the video and photog team, and yes, our amazing attorneys. You are the steady foundation of this institution, and your service, though often behind the scenes, is indispensable. To my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, thank you for the spirited debates, the frustrations, the gamesmanship, the late nights, the moments of humor, and the genuine moments of collaboration. Many of the pieces of legislation that I had signed into law were because of efforts of members on both sides of this aisle. I'm proud of that. That work included strengthening support for first responders, protecting taxpayers, and making government more accountable to the people it serves. I have learned from each of you, and I have a deep respect for the seriousness of the work we have done together. I have made friendships in this building that will last a lifetime. You know who you are, whether it's the Pep Boys, Soup Caucus, Front Row Crew, After Session Caucus, Scoop Gang, and the Under 40 Caucus that I definitely called out Leader Topper once, not realizing at the time he was under 40. Dan, Kate, and Seth, you guys are the best. I have truly loved being your teammates back home and here in Harrisburg. I will never forget you. My good friend Kyle Mullins, I will never forget our after-session rendezvous that quickly became more than what I think me and Hirsch realized they were going to be. They were incredible. We have built a friendship over the last couple years, and I will forever cherish that. Chad, I'm proud of you, buddy. Keep working hard. Kutzi, you were the best cohort a guy could ask for. I'm going to miss our antics, conniving, but don't worry, I'll call you on my drive home. We'll talk about it. Kale and O'Neill, we had quite the ride together. I'd pretty much do anything for you two. That being said, if anyone heard us talking to each other, they would think we absolutely hate each other. Thanks for always letting me be part of your team. Warner and DeVanzo. Sorry, boys, I know you wanted the Wolf of Wall Street speech, but I am in fact leaving, and the show will not go on, and no wrecking ball will be needed. Thanks for always making me laugh and being my closest confidants. To my buddies Cabell, Hirsch, and Jim on the outside, I'm joining you guys, and I can't wait. Team Ecker, Greg, Brooke, Megan, Derek, Joni, Kath, Bronwyn, the Goonies. We have had the best of times and the worst of times together. You experienced my triumphs and my lowest points in my journey here. But you did it all with me from the beginning. You've always been here. You have always been unwavering in your service to me and the great people we represent. I will miss you all the most. Most importantly, I want to thank the people of my district. You placed trust in me, and I never took that lightly. Every vote, every conversation, every decision was guided by one simple question: how is it right for the people I serve? I have hoped to honor that trust the best that I could. Finally, my family. My dad, who's not here with us today, but is probably listening, thank you for giving the opportunity to achieve my dreams. I will continue to work to make you proud. My children, Addie and Oliver, they were 6 and 3 when I first took the oath, and I still remember the day before swearing in, them running around the house floor playing hide and go seek. I will never forget those moments. In the years that followed, I got to give them tours to each of their classes and give them experiences we will talk about for a lifetime. My wife, Laura, my high school sweetheart, I bet you never thought this was part of the plan. From Saturdays knocking doors in Boiling Springs to those exciting night meetings and all the events all over the region, we did it together. Thank you so much for supporting me and the great people of the 193rd. I love you so much, and like my staff always says, we are always Team Laura. So as I leave this august body and begin the next chapter of service, I do it with optimism for this House, for the Commonwealth, and for the future. Pennsylvania's strength has always come from its people, hardworking, principled, and resilient. That will never change. Thank you for the privilege of serving alongside you. May God bless you. May God bless this great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and may God bless the United States of America. This is for you, Graham. Thanks.
Congratulations, Representative Eckert. Representative Schmidt, our colleague in Blair County, was elected in 2018. His legislative priorities included creating greater economic opportunity for his neighbors and businesses in his district, streamlining our government, tax reform, and working families, and curbing overdoses by drugs. He's 6'9", we can't miss him in here, and he was an outstanding athlete, no surprise, in Altoona, where he went to high school, and at St. Francis University. He earned his law degree from the New Hampshire School of Law in 1987. He practiced law in New Hampshire and then Pittsburgh before going back home to Altoona and joining a firm there. He was recognized by the Philadelphia Magazine and by the Law and Politics magazine as a Pennsylvania super lawyer in the field of civil litigation defense. He's licensed to practice in New Hampshire, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and Washington, D.C. He's a very active member in his community as a member of the Altoona Kiwanis, the Blair County Historical Society, the Bavarian Aid Society, the Unter Uns Musical and Entertainment Society, the Sons of the American Legion. He belongs to the St. Mary Immaculate Conception Church. He and his wife, Helen, have 2 daughters, Heather and Lauren, 2 grandsons, Ted and Sebastian, and 3 dogs. He's an avid reader, likes to travel, loves spending time with his family, and enjoys listening to all kinds of music, but his favorite, the chair is told, are the Beatles. He'll be missed here in the House, but we'd like to congratulate him as he continues his public service on the Blair County Court of Common Pleas. Representative Schmidt, if you could join me here at the rostrum to receive a commemorative gavel. Congratulations, Your Honor. Court's not in order. Are there requests for leaves of absence? Chair recognizes the majority whip who indicates there are none. The chair recognizes the minority whip who indicates there are none. The chair is about to take the master roll call. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. 203 members having voted on the master roll call. A quorum is present. Chair referred the following bills, which the clerk will now read.
Referrals, December 15, 2025. House Bill 2102 to Judiciary.
Chair recognizes the Majority Caucus Chair, Representative Schlossberg, for a committee announcement and a caucus announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there will be an immediate meeting of the House Rules Committee in the Majority Caucus Room. House Democrats will caucus at 1 o'clock, and we will be prepared to return to the floor at 2.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Philadelphia, Representative White, for a caucus announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Republicans will caucus at 1 o'clock as well, and we plan to return to the House floor at 2 p.m. Again, House Republicans will caucus at 1 o'clock. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Philadelphia County, the Majority Caucus Chair, Representative Harris, for a committee announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The House Appropriations Committee will meet in the Majority Caucus Room immediately following the Rules Committee meeting. Appropriations Committee will meet in the Majority Caucus Room immediately following the Rules Committee meeting. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. The House will stand in recess until 2 o'clock p.m. unless sooner recalled by the Speaker.
I repeat, recess for the House has been extended until 2:15.
The hour 2:15 having arrived, the House will come to order. The chair recognizes the gentleman, Representative Harris, Chair of the Committee on Appropriations, who reports the following bills. House Bill 135, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? House Bill 458, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? House Bill 1530, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? House Bill 1768, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? House Bill 1825, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? House Bill 1881, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? Senate Bill 734, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? Chair recognizes Representative Bradford, Chair of the Committee on Rules, who reports the following bills. House Bill 467, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? House Bill 1425, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? Chair recognizes Representative Solomon, Chair of the Committee on Veterans Affairs and Emergency Preparedness, who reports the following bills. House Bill 1379, reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 1380, reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 2024, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? Chair recognizes Representative Solomon, Chair of the Committee on Veterans Affairs and Emergency Preparedness, who reports the following resolution. H.R. 374, reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? Chair recognizes Representative Daley, Chair of the Committee on Tourism, Recreation, and Economic Development, who reports the following resolution. H.R. 380, reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? H.R. 381, reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? Chair recognizes Representative Schweier, Chair of the Committee on Education, who reports the following bills, following resolution. H.R. 370, reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? Chair recognizes Representative Schweier, Chair of the Committee on Education, who reports the following bills with a request that they be re-referred. House Bill 158 to the Committee on Judiciary. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? House Bill 1849 to the Committee on Judiciary. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? Chair recognizes Representative Burgos, Chair of the Committee on Consumer Protection, Technology, and Utilities, who reports the following bills. HB 1191, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? HB 1522, reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The chair recognizes Representative Burgos, Chair of the Committee on Consumer Protection, Technology, and Utilities, who reports the following resolution. H.R. 372, reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? Chair recognizes Representative Burgos, Chair of the Committee on Consumer Protection, Technology, and Utilities, who reports the following bill with a request that it be re-referred. Senate Bill 71 to the Committee on Local Government. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? Colleagues, if I can have your attention. We have a couple of afternoon guests. Colleagues. If you could take your seats. We have a few afternoon guests, just a few. The House will come to order. Please take your conversations off the floor. Please take your conversations off the floor. Our colleague that serves Somerset County, Representative Metzger, has his constituent in the gallery this afternoon. Alexis Fairman is shadowing him for her senior project. She is a student at the Berlin Brothers Valley High School, and she is the valedictorian for the class of 2026. Welcome to the floor of the House. Our colleague that serves the Lehigh, Representative McNeil, has her dear friend and constituent, Megan Bess, in the floor of the House. Megan, it's glad to have you back. Please stand. Welcome to the floor of the House. Our colleagues that serve Lackawanna and Luzerne. Representatives Kozorowski and Haddock have the Abington Heights High School boys soccer team on the floor of the House in the back of the House. On November the 15th, 2025, the team proudly captured the PIAA Class 3A State Championship, and this historic victory marks the very first state championship for the Abington Heights boys soccer team. Abington Heights, please stand. Congratulations. Finally, saving the best for last in this moment, it's the chair's honor to welcome to the floor of the Pennsylvania House for the first time in this new role, but he has been a guest many times as he's been an advocate and champion for his community. He will be the youngest mayor starting in January of 2026. He was here for our celebration of the officers and Corporal O'Donnells. He has been serving Darby Borough for his entire life, but he got a big promotion because he is the next mayor. Joe Ardon, please stand. Welcome to the floor of the House. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Resolution 337, printers number 2430, on page 10 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the resolution.
A resolution designating the week of November 17th through November 21st, 2025 as Pennsylvania Education for Students Experiencing Homelessness Awareness Week, and November 21st, 2025 as Red Shirt Day in Pennsylvania, introduced by Representative Smith Waddell.
Will the House agree to the resolution? Those in favor of the resolution will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. On the resolution, the ayes are 195 and the nays are 8. The resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 710, printers number 2597, on page 6 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill requires PennDOT to establish an online verification system for motor vehicle liability insurance.
Will the House agree to the bill? It's agreed to. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 505, printers number 2362, on page 1 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill proposes a comprehensive update to the Commonwealth's energy efficiency and conservation programs.
Will the House agree to the bill? It's the chair's understanding that the amendment A02031 is withdrawn. Chair thanks the maker of the amendment. Will the House agree to the bill? It's agreed to. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 1251, printers number 2533, on page 5 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill allows midwives to refer patients for physical therapy.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Schlegel offers A02178. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes the maker of the amendment, the gentleman from Lebanon, Representative Schlegel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to ask my colleagues for your support of this amendment. This amendment deals with the practice of dry needling which is a treatment method used to relieve muscle pain and movement impairments by inserting fine, sterile needles into the muscles targeting specific trigger points. This is a common therapy utilized by physical therapists across the country, as many states already recognize dry needling as being within the physical therapist's scope of practice. The American Physical Therapy Association supports the inclusion of dry needling in the state framework so that physical therapists can engage in this intervention. In Pennsylvania, however, our Physical Therapists Act is silent on the use of this treatment technique, which creates a legal gray area. While many physical therapists are certified in dry needling, their ability to apply the treatment method in Pennsylvania is unclear. Therefore, my amendment clarifies the law by explicitly permitting licensed physical therapists to perform dry needling upon the completion of a board-approved certification program. And this ensures dry needling is only performed by physical therapists who are properly trained and experienced to provide this treatment. This is an opportunity, colleagues, to resolve the confusion surrounding dry needling within the physical therapist profession. I want to emphasize that this is a minimally invasive pain treatment that does not require any kind of medication, and patients should have the option of seeking this treatment from a qualified physical therapist. Further, the Pennsylvania Physical Therapy Association is supportive of this amendment. Therefore, I would respectfully ask my colleagues for a yes vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Chair thanks the maker of the amendment. On that question, Chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery County, Majority Leader, Representative Bradford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And while I appreciate that the gentleman has a separate bill on this issue, we think it's more appropriate at this time to vote down this amendment and bring up a discussion on that bill at a later time. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Allegheny, Representative Mays. Gentlelady waves off. Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 101, the nays are 102. The amendment fails. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The House will temporarily be at ease. House will come to order. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 1257. Printers number 1936 on page 6 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill expands eligibility for disabled veterans' real estate tax exemption.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Solomon offers A 02192. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Philadelphia, Majority Chair, Veterans Affairs and Emergency Preparedness, Representative Solomon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. 100% needs to mean 100% in our Commonwealth. When you serve our nation, when you put your life on the line to defend our freedoms and liberties, we need to provide the very best in terms of local, state, and federal benefits. That's exactly what this amendment does. Gets rid of the complications. If you have 100% VA designation, you get 100% tax exemption, period. But there's also a local flavor here. Local solutions require unique problems require unique solutions. So let's say you're in a county that wants to begin the tax exemption program at 50% VA designation or 60%, you can do that. This amendment serves those who serve us. Vote yes.
Chair thanks the maker of the amendment. On that question, chair recognizes the maker of the bill, the gentlelady from Monroe, Representative Probst.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Bill 1257 is a long overdue recognition of the sacrifices made by veterans who have broken their bodies for our protection. As a sister, a stepmom, as an aunt to many veterans in my family, this is a really important bill, I think, for all of us. This initiative has been proposed session after session, and I'm relieved that we are finally bringing it to the floor for a House vote. While my goal is to extend property tax relief to as many veterans as we can, I'm thankful to find a path forward that honors our veterans while preserving local budgets and protecting taxpayers. I ask my colleagues to support Amendment A2192, and I thank you so much.
Chair thanks the maker of the bill. Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted?
Gillen's big with the, what do you call it, the veterans, right? And Bashline is a veteran. For Veteran Affairs. I did see Sean up here. There he is in the back standing. His hand on his chin. He usually works for Veteran Affairs. And Steve Berard did it. And Luann. Is Luann still here, man?
Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 202, the nays are 1. The amendment is agreed to. The bill will be over temporarily over. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 1286, printers number 1462, on page 5 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill requires public lodging establishments and third-party listing platforms to provide human trafficking awareness training to employee and rental operators.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Young offers A 02255. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes the maker of the amendment and the maker of the bill, gentlelady who serves Philadelphia and Delaware, Representative Young.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is an agreed-to amendment, and my hope is that all the colleagues would give us an affirmative vote. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Chair requests the gentlelady to provide a brief summary of the amendment. Chair requests the gentlelady to provide a brief summary of the amendment.
I have it. This amendment states just 4 major points that can strengthen the original legislation. Regarding the approval of human trafficking awareness training programs, provide for the Pennsylvania Commission on Crime and Delinquency to consult with the statewide associations representing the lodging, hospitality, and travel tourism industries rather than just the Pennsylvania Restaurant and Lodging Association as currently provided under this legislation. It also requires the third-party listing platforms to verify that rental operators complete human trafficking awareness trainings, but requires rental operators to maintain records related to the completion of the great training. Currently, the legislation requires third-party listing platforms to maintain the records. The third part requires that human trafficking awareness trainings for rental operators include certain components and to be approved by the Pennsylvania Commissions on Crime and Delinquency. Under the current versions of the legislation, these requirements already apply to trainings for employees of public lodging establishment. The last part authorizes the licensing authority of public lodging establishments to request records pertaining to the completion of human traffic awareness trainings. The current version of this legislation already provides such authorization for the licensing authority of rental operations.
Chair thanks the gentlelady for a brief summary. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Westmoreland, Representative Nelson, on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of the amendment and want to thank the good lady from the City of the First Class as we work together on this bipartisan bill to help improve the resistance against sex trafficking in Pennsylvania. So I ask support for this amendment. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. All those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 203, the nays are 0. The amendment is agreed to. The House agreed the bill is agreed to. The bill as amended will be reprinted. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 1663, printers number 2031, on page 1 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill establishes a statewide Imagination Library program in the Department of Education.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Harris offers A 02259. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, Chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery County for a brief summary of the amendment. Representative Bradford, floor leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment makes mostly technical changes, including changing the name of the program to the Children's Literacy Program. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman for the summary. Chair recognizes the gentlelady, the maker of the bill from Montgomery County, Representative Hambidge, on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is an agreed to amendment, and I encourage members to vote yes.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 102, the nays are 101. Representative Bernstein offers, the amendment is adopted. Representative Bernstein offers A 02086. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lawrence. Representative Bernstein.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this amendment is simple. It prohibits the depiction of sexual activity, child pornography, nudity, or sexual conduct, or any material that is considered obscene in the books that will be distributed to children enrolled in this program. It is vital that we protect our children from being exposed to this type of material, especially within literature that is intended to be consumed by children. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the maker of the amendment. On that question, Chair recognizes the maker of the bill, Representative Hambidge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is an agreed to amendment, and I encourage a yes vote.
Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 203, the nays are 0. The amendment is adopted. Representative Gleim offers A 02189. Will the House agree to the amendment? Chair's understanding is withdrawn. Chair thanks the gentlelady. And A 02249. Chair's understanding the amendment's withdrawn. Chair thanks the gentleman. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The bill as amended will be reprinted. Colleagues, we do have some good news. Members, the chair would like to take a moment to recognize an upcoming retirement among us from our staff. One of our valued session reporters, Bonnie Furman, who's typing this up right now, seated at the front of the House, and the end seat in the front of the chair will be retiring from this august body on December 23rd. Bonnie, we thank you for 10 years of dedicated service to the House of Representatives. We wish you the very best in your retirement. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 1957, printers number 2468, on page 4 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill proposes an amendment to the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania providing for personal reproductive liberty.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Ahen offers A 02017. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentlelady from Chester County, the maker of the bill and the amendment, Representative Ahen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment clarifies fetal viability protections to the bill. Under this amendment, it allows the state to regulate the provision of abortion care after fetal viability. This language comes from the Michigan Constitution and is consistent with Roe v. Wade and existing law. For this reason, I urge the members to vote yes. Thank you.
Chair thanks the maker of the amendment. Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Warren, Representative Rapp.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to this amendment. Under the current Abortion Control Act, abortions are limited except for the life of the mother beyond and through the 23rd week or the 24th week of pregnancy, the only exception being the life of the mother being in danger. This amendment goes way beyond that, Madam Speaker. And the way this amendment reads is that the unborn child, in my opinion, without several things being defined, such as significant likelihood in a definition of mental health by an attending healthcare professional, undefined, that the unborn child could actually be aborted up to the moment of birth, and possibly, as has happened in other states, even see their demise after birth if an undefined professional judgment decided that the woman is suffering from a mental health condition. Madam Speaker, I find this amendment abhorrent, and I ask and state that, in my opinion, that this goes way beyond what we have held in the state of Pennsylvania since the Abortion Control Act was signed into law. Our Abortion Control Act, even before Roe, was upheld by the U.S. Supreme Court, and it still stands today. And so this, Madam Speaker, goes way beyond the boundaries of our Abortion Control Act, which is still law today, and I request and hope that this body will vote this amendment down for the sake of the unborn child. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Allegheny, Representative Vinkett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the maker of this amendment. I certainly will be supporting it. I do want to address the comments from the gentlelady from Warren County from the perspective as a health professional. The fact of the matter is that there is no such thing as elective abortion late in pregnancy. When abortion happens late in pregnancy, it's due to a medical catastrophe. As an emergency physician, I am trained to even perform what's called a perimortem C-section, which is that when a pregnant woman comes in cardiac arrest and they are post-viability, if we're not able to resuscitate them, to actually perform a C-section in the emergency department post-mortem to try and deliver the fetus. Doesn't work very often, but we do try. And the fact that there is no such thing as an elective abortion, and that late in pregnancy, and that we have a circumstance where, rather than trying to see whether a woman is on death's door, and there is no option but to perform an abortion to save her life or to preserve her health, that we would say that that is restricted makes no sense medically. And so I would urge this body to recognize the existing body of medical evidence and to support this amendment in recognizing that fetal viability is determinative and that we can make this judgment medically in medical circumstances. So I urge an affirmative vote.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Clinton, Representative Borowitz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You can't even say what you're terminating. Now you want to try and backpedal in a barbaric bill. You got so much backlash against this barbaric bill to allow the killing of children and babies until birth that now you're trying to backpedal a little and try to make it look better. But we aren't buying it. This amendment still prohibits the Commonwealth from banning.
The gentlelady will suspend. The gentlelady will not question the motives of other members. The gentlelady can speak on the amendment and the merits or lack thereof, but not on the motives of the members.
this floor. I've been cut off several times on this floor. This means a lot to me. And I've been duly elected to have a voice on this floor. First, protect the mental health of a pregnant individual. There already is a mental health problem because you don't even know that only women can have babies. So this is just a caveat for abortion on demand until birth. This is just a caveat for abortion on demand until birth. Does this make you feel better? Does this ease your conscience? A caveat to kill a baby until birth? Second problem in this amendment is the baby's viability will be determined by a healthcare professional. 20 weeks, 24 weeks, significant likelihood that the baby could survive without extraordinary medical measures. So what, a 24-week baby that sometimes makes it and sometimes doesn't? One gets a NICU, one doesn't? What are we playing, God here? How sad a 24-week baby that might need a NICU wouldn't have been allowed to live. How sad, how barbaric. Lord, forgive us. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Those in favor of the amendment will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 102, the nays are 101. The amendment is adopted. The chair's understanding that all remaining amendments have been withdrawn. Chair thanks the makers of the amendment. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The bill as amended will be reprinted. The chair recognizes the majority leader, who calls up House Bill 135, printer's number 2233 on page 2 of supplemental calendar A. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill provides for filing requirements for cooperative entrepreneurs.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 194, the nays are 9. Majority required by the Constitution. Having voted in the affirmative, the bill will pass the House finally, and the clerk will return the same to the Senate with the information requesting concurrence. Chair recognizes the majority leader, calls up House Bill 458, printer's number 0440 on page 2 of supplemental calendar A. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? Clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill provides for post-conviction review for veterans with PTSD or TBI.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, Chair recognizes the maker of the bill, the gentlelady from York, Majority Chair of State Government, Representative Hill Evans.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I urge the members to support House Bill 458, which would establish a post-conviction review process for veterans diagnosed with service-related mental health disabilities. Madam Speaker, under current law, veterans may present PTSD and TBI as mitigating factors during their sentencing for a crime. However, veterans may not present the same during a post-conviction review. This bill will allow incarcerated veterans diagnosed after imprisonment to apply to the court for post-conviction relief. Madam Speaker, this is the least we can do for our veterans, and once again, I urge a yes vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the maker of the bill. Agreeable to the, Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mercer, Representative Bonner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Understandably, we are all quick to support legislation on behalf of our veterans. But quick support should not be given to House Bill 458, which would give a judge the power to set aside a guilty verdict of a jury if the judge found evidence of a mental health disorder incurred as a result of active duty in the United States Armed Forces. The legislation has serious repercussions on the criminal justice system, and it sets aside centuries of law, precedent in our court system, and affects the safety of all citizens of this Commonwealth. For centuries, we have only allowed an individual to avoid responsibility for criminal conduct related to a mental health disorder if it rises to the level of insanity. And under this bill, a judge would have the power to set aside a jury verdict of guilty if the judge simply found that the veteran had a mental health disorder related to military service. This has not been the law of all the states of the United States and many European nations as well, that in order to have a complete exoneration for criminal conduct, the mental health disorder must rise to the level of insanity. And insanity says that the person cannot tell the difference between right or wrong, or if they can, they cannot tell or understand the nature of their act. Under this legislation, a judge would have the power to say that a veteran who suffers from stress or compulsion and therefore committed a criminal act is not guilty of that act and can escape exoneration. We have never allowed such an expansion of the criminal law to say that stress is an excuse for criminal conduct. Someone who is under stress or compulsion understands what they are doing is wrong. And if it doesn't rise to the level of insanity, it cannot excuse criminal conduct. If we allow this bill to come into law, then we have an equal protection argument, because we're saying this is a defense only available to veterans. But what about to the police officer who is out on the street incurring stress and he commits an unlawful act upon another individual? Unlike the veteran, he does not get a free pass. What about the battered mother who, due to stress, commits a criminal act within the household? She will not get a pass either, unlike the veteran. But what will happen is that these people will raise an equal protection argument under the law, that they have been denied equal protection of a defense that is available to veterans, but not available to a police officer, not available to a mother, not available to some child over the age of 18 who has acted compulsively or under stress. House Bill 458, then, must be rejected because it is a great expansion of the law relative to mental health defenses in our criminal justice system, setting aside centuries of precedent. And it's a current violation of the Equal Protection Clause of the United States Constitution. We should also consider that under current law, there are significant remedies available to a veteran who has committed a criminal act due to a service-related mental health disorder. Pennsylvania allows an individual to plead guilty that I'm mentally ill. I'm not insane, but I'm mentally ill. And if someone pleads guilty that I did this not because I was insane, but because I was mentally ill, I was under stress, I was under compulsion, and it's related to my military service, there are laws now that give that veteran protection. He can plead guilty but mentally ill. And rather than seeing significant time in a penitentiary, he will receive the treatment that he needs and should receive. The law then currently allows a veteran to plead guilty but mentally ill, receive the appropriate treatment. And it also allows the veteran to present this evidence at the time of sentencing to the judge to explain why this act occurred. It also allows the veteran to present this evidence in any death penalty case. So the veteran does have significant protections, protections that we all enjoy and should enjoy. Not only the veteran, but the police officer, the mother, and those who have committed a crime under stress. It's not a complete exoneration, but it will get them the treatment they need and deserve. We should reject this legislation then because it will place all of us, all victims of a crime committed by a veteran who is not insane but is under a condition of stress or compulsive disorder and says, that's why I did it. I know what I did and I was wrong, but I was stressed. This is a defense the law has never allowed and never should allow. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Allegheny, Representative Kincaid. Final passage of House Bill 458.
There we go. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to correct the record about what this bill actually does, because while I appreciate the gentleman's comments about the bill, it's not correct in what this bill actually does. He spoke about the laws that exist right now that allow veterans to present evidence about their mental illness or injuries as a result of their service. What this bill does is allows veterans who have not been diagnosed at the time of conviction, but who receive diagnoses after the fact that this is a service-related illness, to present that evidence to the court in saying, this should have been considered when I was sentenced. That is what this bill does. It gives them an opportunity to access the laws that we created to protect veterans, to get the treatment that they need. It allows them to have those protections even if they don't receive a diagnosis until they are already incarcerated. That's what this does. This does not exonerate anyone. It allows them to access the protections they should have had they been able to provide evidence of a diagnosis at the time of their trial and conviction. That's it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution. Chair recognizes for the second time the gentleman, Representative Bonner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With all due respect to my esteemed colleague, The legislation, when you read the bill, talks about more than just sentencing relief. It talks about relief from the conviction. It says conviction or sentence. It's giving the judge the power to set aside the conviction. It goes far beyond just the issue of sentencing. All you need to do is read the bill. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Clerk will record the vote. On final passage of the bill, the yeas are 102, the nays are 101. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally. Clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader. Calls up House Bill 1530, printers number 1787 on page 1 of supplemental calendar A. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? Clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill establishes comprehensive privacy and security requirements for direct-to-consumer genetic testing companies to protect consumer genetic data from misuse, unauthorized access, and discriminatory practices.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 203, the nays are 0. Majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally. The clerk will return the same to the Senate for concurrence. Chair recognizes Majority Leader. Calls up House Bill 1768, printers number 2638 on page 1 of supplemental calendar A. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill provides for Keystone Fresh Act.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Clerk will record the vote. On final passage of the bill, the yeas are 194, the nays are 9. Majority required by the Constitution. Having voted in the affirmative, the bill passed the House finally. Clerk returns same to the Senate for concurrence. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 1825, printers number 2639 on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill strengthens protections against workplace discrimination.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, Chair recognizes the maker of the bill, the Gentlelady, Representative Madden, a Majority Chair of Aging from Monroe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. HB 1825 updates the Pennsylvania Human Relations Act to require employers to adopt written policies and procedures that prevent harassment, discrimination, and retaliation against employees. Our Human Relations Act already protects individuals from workplace discrimination based on race, color, religion, ancestry, age, sex, and natural origin, familial status, and disability. The Act establishes strong protections, but effective workplace policies are essential to ensure those protections are realized. Workplace discrimination remains a challenge in our Commonwealth, with more than 3,400 complaints filed in 2024. The Pennsylvania Human Relations Commission reports that employment-related cases make up the majority of these filings. At the national level, the U.S. Equal Employment Opportunity Commission received over 88,000 complaints. As we know, these figures represent only a fraction of the problem because most of the incidents go unreported. The EEOC has identified 5 core principles that are most effective in preventing and addressing harassment: strong and comprehensive policies, trusted and acceptable complaint procedures, regular training, consistent enforcement, and leadership accountability. HB 1825 builds on these principles by requiring employers to adopt written policies and procedures that meet these standards. Under this legislation, the Pennsylvania Human Relations Commission will develop model policies and procedures that employers can use to comply with the law. These resources will be posted publicly and updated as federal and state laws evolve. HB 1825 also creates the Human Relations Training Fund, ensuring that penalties collected under the Act are reinvested into training, education, and outreach. This will help employers meet their obligations and help employees understand all of their rights. All places of employment in the Commonwealth must be free from discrimination, harassment, and retaliation. HB 1825 is a practical, proactive step toward that goal. It strengthens our existing protections, equips employers with the tools they need, and empowers employees to work in safe and fair environments. I urge members to support this legislation with an affirmative vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the maker of the bill. On that question, Chair recognizes the gentleman from York, Representative Jones.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is certainly not the most important bill that we will vote on this session, but it is an unfortunately all too uncommon example of true bipartisanship. I went into the committee meeting when the maker presented the bill, fully intending to vote no, but I actually listened to what she had to say, and it changed my position. She, in turn, listened to what I had to say when I voiced concerns about false reporting, and we were willing to reach a compromise that I greatly appreciate. And with the adoption of the amendment that I offered a few weeks ago and the maker's support, I am going to enthusiastically now go from a no to voting yes for HB 1825. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Clinton, Representative Borowitz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Bill 1825 would mandate small businesses and many nonprofit organizations, making them send in to the government their anti-discrimination and harassment policies. and you'll be fined if you don't turn one in. I believe I saw up to $5,000 fine. What a coincidence that the PA Human Relations Commission Board just tried to redefine sex coming from the fourth branch of government that we've created to include gender identity and sexual orientation. So now the government wants to force many religious nonprofits and small businesses to succumb to a false ideology, basically saying you will comply or you're going to be fined. That's what this bill does for everyone that doesn't understand it in this chamber. It is tyranny at its finest. If you don't agree with us, we will try and make you comply. More Christmas cheer from the Democrats, I guess. I ask my colleagues to oppose House Bill 1825.
Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. On final passage of the bill, the yeas are 110, the nays are 93. Majority required by the Constitution. Having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally. Clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 1881, printers number 2637 on page 3 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? Clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill adds the Department of Health to the entities whose guidance may be used in determining immunizations given at pharmacies and updates the exemption provision for pharmacy tech registration.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, the chair recognizes the maker of the bill. Gentleman from Allegheny, Representative Venkat.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Millions of Pennsylvanians depend on pharmacies for access to vaccines. This legislation will guarantee that. I will submit the remainder of my remarks for the record, and I ask for an affirmative vote.
Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 106, the nays are 97. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. Chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up Senate Bill 734, printers number 0799 on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill provides for celebrating the 250th anniversary of America Capitol semi-quincentennial bell.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 203, the nays are 0. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passed finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate with the information that the House has passed the bill without amendment. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 467. Printers number 2678 on page 1 of Supplemental Calendar B for concurrence in Senate amendments. The question is, will the House concur in the amendments inserted by the Senate? The chair recognizes the gentleman from Allegheny County, Majority Chair of the Liquor Committee, Representative Deasy, for a brief description of the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, I want to begin by thanking the Senate for their cooperation and hard work in getting this bill across the finish line. The changes that were made in the Senate is, number one, it creates a special sports events permit for use by public venue licensees. Additionally, the bill contains language which allows the PLCB to hold an excess auction to auction off licenses that did not receive bids in previous auctions. And lastly, the bill includes a brewery license exception. Here today to ask for an affirmative vote, so thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the concurrence to the Senate amendment. The yeas are 199, the nays are 4. Majority required by the Constitution have been voted in the affirmative. The amendments are concurred in, and the clerk will inform the Senate accordingly. Chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 1425, printers number 2675 on page 1 of Supplemental Calendar B for concurrence in Senate amendments. The question is, will the House concur in the amendments inserted by the Senate? The chair recognizes the gentlelady from the Lehigh, Majority Chair of Children and Youth, Representative McNeil, for a brief description of the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Bill 1425 was amended in the Senate, and I'll give you a brief summary of the amendments. First, the Senate moved the language of the bill from the tax code to the fiscal code. Next, the Senate provided for an inflationary adjustment of 2.5% for retailers on the minimum price for the sale of cigarettes. This has not been adjusted since 2016, and this will help retailers offset the cost to implement this directory. Moreover, the Senate shifted some enforcement responsibilities from the Department of Revenue to the Office of Attorney General, and they made some other technical changes for clarity and consistency. Madam Speaker, House Bill 1425 passed the Senate 42-4 on December 9th, 2025. I believe the Senate amendments improve the bill, and I urge and ask my members to concur. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. On the concurrence to the Senate amendments, the yeas are 147, the nays are 56. The majority required by the Constitution have been voted. In the affirmative, the amendments are concurred in, and the clerk will inform the Senate accordingly. Chair is in receipt of extracts from the Journal of the Senate, which the clerk will now read.
Bills numbered as follows, having been prepared for presentation to the governor, and the same being correct, the titles were publicly read as follows. House Bill 467, House Bill 1425, House Bill 1651, and Senate Bill 734. Whereupon the Speaker, in the presence of the House, signed the same.
Chair is about to sign the following bills, which the clerk will now read.
House Bill 467, House Bill 1425, House Bill 1651, and Senate Bill 734.
Majority Leader moves that the following bills be recommitted to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 505, House Bill 710, House Bill 1251, House Bill 1286, House Bill 1663, House Bill 1957. Majority Leader moves that the following bills be removed from the table calendar and be placed on the active calendar. House Bill 331, House Bill 348, House Bill 1129, House Bill 1304, House Bill 1525, House Bill 1526, Senate Bill 327, House Resolution 277. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Lawrence rise? Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was recorded as a no on HB 135, and I would like to be a yes.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. The information will be spread across the record. Chair is in receipt of a motion from the gentleman from Allegheny County, Representative Miller, that the House now adjourn until Wednesday, December the 17th, 2025 at 11 a.m. unless sooner recalled by the Speaker. Questions on the motion? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the House stands adjourned until Wednesday, December the 17th, 2025 at 11 a.m. unless sooner recalled by the Speaker.